All right, all right, all right. Let's take a look. Current events again? Sure. This is what I like to see. All right. Okay, what have we got here? Don't need to be bashed. I don't think it's referring to bash. What is it referring to? Oh, it is referring to bash. Okay. All right, it's short. Okay. So they're just basically linking to this other person. All right, that's fine. A second search. All right. While learning the language as I go. Okay, that's fine. Oh, look at this. So many options here. Lisps, closures. But a closure is not like listed as Lisps. I don't know. Have an implementation attempted. Wheel. This is a pretty good list, I guess, but whatever. Let's move on. Let's go into the WASM. So that's where we were supposed to be on the WASM. And yeah, let's just jump right through it. Okay, so if we hop in here, we're gonna be like exorcism WASMs. Okay. And we have the run length encoding, right? Okay, so I finished up with the Python thing, right? Let's see if it's marked. Yeah, so it's marked green. So I'm going to put the Python code into the WASM text file for reference. So let's do that. So we'll take the Python file. Yeah, this one. And we will put it into the WASM text file. Okay, so now if we go in the WASM text file, okay, so here's the Python code. So this is here kind of like for reference. All right. Oh, does it use 2 semicolons for the comment? That's fine. I guess I didn't realize that. Okay, so here's our Python code. So we'll need a func. So this one is not exported per se. So in the other one, did I have any helper functions? I don't think I did, right? Let's take a look. Yeah. So here I did not have any helper functions. These were all exported. Okay, but for this one, the custom CHR does not need to be exported, I don't think. Interesting. So here, it looks like they have them listed as exports, but they don't have them named. Okay. So let me look again. Or actually, not this. Okay, so when we named this, we put just $. Okay, so that's what we'll do. $, custom CHR. Okay, So we know it has a param that goes in, and that is going to be I32. So I'll call it $I, I32, okay. But there is not any other actual, like, parameter here, right? I don't think. Okay. So this should match the module. Okay. Can we prettier this file? I didn't think so. Okay. So let's see what we think. It's a little early for me, kinda. I don't usually even get to work this early. Alright, well that's fine. So we know in the custom char, we're not expecting much to happen. So when we find the string, this I32 is supposed to tell us where it is, right, in memory. Memory export mem1 is 1 enough? So the WebAssembly instruction const, declare constant numbers. All right, we have comparison, arithmetic, conversion. So we have extend, wrap, remote, demote, okay. Convert for integer to floating point. Truncate, floating point to integer, okay. Reinterpret, okay. Fair enough, I guess. Reinterpret the bytes of integers as floating points and vice versa, okay. We have min, max, okay, this seems nice. Nearest, ceiling, floor, truncate, float to float, absolute, negate, square root, copy sign, okay. There's bitwise. Huh. Count the total number of ones. Well, okay. Interesting. That's what we did in 4th, or 8th, rather. Okay, so then for variables, we can declare local. We did some of this. For memory, we could maybe grow. We could load a number from memory, so that's what we're going to do. Okay, so I think what we want to look at is the README. I think there will be a little bit of a hint in there somewhere. So let's take a look. The buffer for the input string uses bytes 64 through 319 of linear memory. Okay, so I think we need that information, probably. Let's look at the help as well. There's a lot of help. All right, so that's good. I think we did npmi. We can try npm test. WebAssembly subreddit, okay. So we can log an integer. Okay, let's look at this. Log mem as UTF-8. Okay, so memory export mem1. So do they mean that these are like provided somewhere? Are they like in the package JSON? Exorcism wasm lib. So is that where they are? Okay, maybe we should try this then. Let's see. So data. So it's not under instructions. It's a different part of the reference. Okay, so if we go into WebAssembly, the instruction reference. Let's see. Exception. So I guess I want to try like some of this, right? So when they went log, so they call log mem as UTF-8. Okay. What are these doing here? They put in a 64 for the length, or the byte offset, so it was 64 the byte offset, and then this was the length. All right, let's try something like that. So in the encode, we want to try doing what was kind of shown there, right? Okay, let me open it up. Okay, log a sequence of UTF-8 characters. So they said import console log mem as UTF-8. So this was in the module, right? But then it's the func here. Okay, let me just copy this. Okay, so I'll paste there. And so we have a func here. Should I put import? Okay, so import, no, import console log, yeah, this. Okay, so then the func, I guess. So no, that's not it. We want to go here. Okay, import console log mem func dollar. Okay, so this way we can use it, right? Param I32 param length I32. Okay, okay. So here we want to try to say call this with input offset here and input length here. So here they said I32 const. So if we try to do this, is it going to say can't compile or can't assemble, I guess? Yes, it does. So expected an expression. So if we look at this, oops. When we wanted to get a param like max, do we do local.get? Okay, let's try that. Unexpected token result, expected an expression. Oh. Yeah, why do we have result here like that? What's that about? I think that was probably the mistake. It says... Oh no, it still says the same thing. Unexpected token result, expected an instruction. So is this just... So did they just put result in there as kind of a hint? Okay, so now let's let's unskip the different tests. Okay, so we'll say, let's make a substitution, x test will be test everywhere. Okay, so I think we did, okay, so we saw the things console logged, so that part worked nicely. Okay, good. X, Y, Z, etc. All right, cool. Cool, I'm happy about that. It's a starting point, I guess. Okay, so now let's go to, nope. Constantine WDK, which language you programming? Hey man, yes, so this is WebAssembly text format is what it is. So, gonna have a good time with it, I guess. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna start with the custom char, I guess. So this one is going to, like, return something. What in the world is this here? So is return it like this? So then, can we use, like a const from a char? I don't think so. Let's see what it says. Let's just get it off the ASCII, or actually, hold on, let's just see what it is here. So order of 0 is 48, and that's the same as on the ASCII chart, right? Where's 48? Yeah, that's the 0. All right. So we could say it as hex 30, I guess. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Quit. All right, so we're gonna say I32 const 48. And so then let's put the comment. This is the offset for char 0. And let me review this again. So that's what we did here. I32 const, we just put a 1. All right. So then we're just going to have to do an addition. So we'll say local get I. Now the input and 48 are on the stack. Okay, so then we will do I32 add, and then that's it. So that's the result that we want to return. So then do we just say return? Let's see what it says about the control. So return returns from a function. Yeah. So if there, wait a minute. So if there are no values left on the stack, it returns nothing void. If there are the same amount of values left on the stack as specified in the function's type signature, okay. So we need to put the type signature where it goes. So here where I commented out result, actually I would put it here. I think that's more clear to me. And then get rid of it here. So then this one needs to have a result. Result I32. Okay. Yeah, that should be good. So if there are the same amount of values left on the stack, it returns those values. If there are more, then the excess values are popped and discarded, and the last n values are returned. Well, all right. But yeah, so that should be good. So we'll have to test it out. But let's do this next one. So the func is going to be custom str, and the param is going to be $i, which is i32. There will be a result, which is... Okay, so this time, I guess we probably need to put the result on linear memory, because we don't know ahead of time what the length of the result is supposed to be. So let's put that here. Here, the result is the ASCII char for the digit. Result is the offset and length of the decode of the ASCII char string for the number in linear. Okay, so that's good, but we've got to be careful that we're not like overwriting the memory that somebody else had been using, right? So do we have like a memory pointer? We have... I guess we're going to need some memory pointer. So maybe we want a global variable that is our stack pointer so that we can keep track of that. I'm not sure on that one. Or do we want to pass in to the custom string, like, hey, here is where you can write your string? This is it's starting to look long already. Well, partly because I pasted that in. I don't need this anymore, do I? I don't think so. So, so maybe the offset needs to be passed in to say, hey, put the string here, and then we just need to pass back the length. So we'll put it in there. I guess that's okay. So then we don't need to say anything about declaring a result. Oh, okay, so then let's use a loop. Yay! Okay, so we'll say that we are going to have a loop. And we can give it some name. Let's see, it looks like they use $. Okay. And then it looks like, so they put everything into parentheses here. Do I need to do the same? Did I do that here? I didn't. So I'm just going to stick to what I did there. Okay. So we'll have a loop. So now we're going to have to put into memory something. So we're going to store. So we can just store like whatever is on the stack. Okay. So let's put that. In the loop, we will store the custom char of the remainder after dividing by 10. Yeah, okay. So we'll say I32 const 10. Before that, I guess we have to local get I, probably. Okay. And then we're going to do an I32 divide, but we have to say, like, whether it's unsigned, right? And I guess here we probably do want unsigned. So this is division. And here they chose div u for unassigned, and the options are signed, unsigned, or signed, unsigned for I64. Okay. All right, so let's choose unassigned. Okay, so we do the division, but does that actually get us the remainder? We want remainder. That would make more sense. And is this one also unsigned? Okay. Okay. Now the remainder is on top of the stack. So now we will store. Okay, so when we store, it's I32.store, really? Oh, interesting. Okay. So we'll do I32 store. Okay, so it takes the two things off the stack. So it stored the top thing from the stack in the position pointed to by the second thing on the stack, I guess. Okay. All right, fair enough. So that means that we'll have to put the offset here. Okay, so now the offset is on the stack, and then the I is on the stack, and the 10 is on the stack. So that's 3 things. I count them on my fingers. 3 things. All right, so now we do a division. So we pop 2 off. We've got just the offset, and we push the remainder, and now we store. And that should be fine. So now we're going to loop back. So when we loop, we're going to do a break if. or a branch if. Is branch what they call it? For some reason, I always read it as break, but it should be branch. Okay, so we're going to branch. Interesting. So we have three options: branch, branch if, and branch table. Okay, so then we said less than, and then we did branch if. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so here we said we're going to do an integer division by 10. Next, we have to divide I by 10. And if the quotient is greater than 0, loop back. If the quotient is 0, return, but I don't have the length yet. Okay, so the length should start out at 0, right? So I think I'm going to store that in a local. So that'll be a local length. And then is that how I did it in this other one? When we had a local, we put a $. Okay, so we have to put the type. So the type will be I32. I think I'd be just using I32 for pretty much everything. I guess that makes it easy. All right, so the length is going to be I32. So we'll start here before the loop by saying I32 const 0, and then local set. It's local set, I think, right? Yeah, okay, so we'll do local set, and then how come they have I32? They're just doing it a little bit differently, I think. Well, how did I do it in mine? I did it right here. Yeah, I just set it whatever was on the stack to there. Okay. So we're going to do local set, and it's going to be length. Okay. So then here, instead of just getting the offset, we're also going to get length here. And then we're going to local, no, not local. We're going to I32 add. So we add those together. Okay, so now when we store, we need to add 1. We need to increment the length. Increment the length. Okay, so we'll say I32 const 1. Then we'll say local get length. We'll say I32 add. We'll say local set. Okay, so that's incrementing the length. Yay! Cool. And so when we do that local set, presumably it pops the thing off the stack, right? I believe so. We'll see if we run into trouble. Okay, so we have to divide I by 10. If the quotient is greater than 0, loop back. If the quotient is 0, return. Okay, so we're going to put local get I again. We are going to say I32 const 10 again. And then this time we do divide, so we'll div unassigned. Okay, so now here, we're going to branch if. And I believe branch if is like if the stack, if whatever is at the top of the stack is 0, then we say false. And if it's not 0, I think we say true. So if the condition is false, 0, and true, non-zero. Okay, so easy peasy. So we'll say br if, and we'll go to build string. Okay, cool. But we didn't set I yet. So when we do this, we do have to set I. And then I guess we immediately have to get it again because we're going to use it right here. All right. Sure. Okay, so then if we're out of the loop, then we return. And when we go to return, we have to get the length, because that's what we want to return, right? Oh, I have 2 result items, but we only want 1. So here, yeah, we just return, well, local get, and then return. Okay, let's look it over. So I never called the custom char function yet, so I need to put that in. So we stored the remainder, but we skipped this step of calling custom char. So that we need to do that before we store. And the offset plus length is the second step. That should be true, right? So we added these together, so that's there. Then we put this, and then we got the remainder. Okay. Good. So far, so good. All right, so now we need to make a function call. So we kind of did that here, right? We did call. Okay, so let's look at call. Call calls a function. So I feel like, so we did it a little bit weird here. We said call, and then we said local get here and local get here, and that worked. So I guess I'm gonna try basically the same down here. Yeah, let's try it. So custom char should take 1 parameter and give 1 result. Okay. So I'm gonna say call, and I'm gonna put in, well, just what's at the top of the stack. So I think really what I want to do is just call it without using this parenthesis syntax, because I think that when they do this, they're like just saying, oh, we're going to put this on the stack and then return. And I think it's actually clearer written this way, but I'm still so unfamiliar with this programming language concept that it's, to me, still less clear, I think. So we're just going to call custom char. The expectation here is that the remainder at the top of the stack will be passed as the param to custom char, and the return value will be pushed to the top. That's what we're expecting, I guess. So cool. All right. So now, in reality, I should try writing tests for these. So let's try exporting this. Export custom char. And this one as well. And then let's go into the test file and see if I can figure out how to add a test. All right. So this looks pretty straightforward. So let's just try adding one here at the top. So I'm going to say test. I'm going to say get a char from a number. We'll say expect. We have to say that every time. Expect current instance to be truthy. Okay. If we must, we must, I guess. So we'll say const expected equals, and we'll put a number 0 as a string thing, and then we'll say oh, wait a minute. So that's not going to work because it actually returns it as a number. So it's really a char code. So that's really the expected, I believe. And then here we'll put invoke custom char, and we pass in a number 0, right? We'll try it, and then expect so it seems straightforward. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so we weren't, okay, let me clear. Wait. What did happen? Oh, I think we're okay. Let's see, did it say anything passed? No, I don't think so. I have encode empty string. Wait a minute. Is this right? Oh, Okay, I scrolled way up too far. Okay, right here. Unexpected token. Okay, so I have... Oh, I missed the type. I think result is supposed to be before local, probably. Let's... Yeah, result is before local. Okay, unexpected token. Where are we pointing? 70? So I have a func here. Okay. So where's the matching for this module? Right there. So that's not right. Okay, is that better? $69. I think I pressed the wrong key. Vim matching race. It's percent. I completely forgotten. Okay, so that seems right. So what's this one match? That should be right, I think, but it's not. Okay, so I have export. So we have the name, we have export, we have param, result, we have local. Oh, I have something sloppy has happened, and I don't quite see the solution yet. Okay, let's see. Import console. I think that should be fine. I think that should be fine. It's not fine. It says unexpected token, expected end on 69. Hmm. Shoot. Okay, well, let's see what it says when I get rid of it. Okay, let's see what it says when I get rid of that one as well. Okay, unexpected EOF expected end. Huh. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we need both of these. But there's something wrong here, right? So local get length, return. Wait a minute. Is there something about the loop? Or the call? Where's the call at? Right here. I think the call should be alright. What about the loop? I think that should be okay. All right, so if I comment out this whole function, it should compile, right? I believe. No. Oh, because I commented at the end. This is... Okay, so that one compiled. Did it run my test? The source argument must be of type string. Why is that? It's this invoke function, right? So when we do this, current instance exports. Okay. So instead of doing that, or instead of doing what I did, we're going to say current instance exports. All right. What does that say? Okay, so that one did pass. Well, hooray, that's some kind of progress. So get a char code from a number, so that did pass. Let's do one more. We do 9. So this should really be a numeric digit. Okay, so that part is all right. So now let's try redoing this, I guess. So func custom string. Let's see if I can spot where the problem is. So we have an export name. We have a param, which is an I32. We have a param, which is an offset number, which is an I32. We have a result, which is an I32. We have a local, which is an I32. So that part should be okay. So now I'm just going to say we're going to set a const and return. And then let's try running a test on that. So then this one will be get char string from a number. Okay, so the export this time will be custom str, and so the expected is going to be actually just an actual string, I think, but we're going to see how that works. So expected, let's do 0 to start with, and we'll pass in a 0 here. Okay, so then when they were getting a string, and I'm going to have to take a brief break here pretty soon. So they did get mem as UTF-8. So here they put a offset 64, and that's what they used, right? So we don't need to set mem beforehand, but we do need to get mem. The output offset, where's that coming out of? Okay, so that's coming out of the export. Okay, so I'm going to say offset equals 64, the way they did. (64) if I could type. And then we have to pass that offset in here. And then, so this is not the actual yet. This is the str length. And then we have to get that the way they did. So they did get mem as UTF-8. Current inst, let's just copy this. Okay, so we'll put the mem offset here. And so that will be that. So of course we don't expect it to work yet, but what happens when we run test? Okay, so it says get a char string from a number, expected 0, received nothing. I'm not sure it should have been nothing. Let's take a look in here. So supposedly I returned 42 as the length, but maybe, so why did it come out empty? Just because there was nothing in there, probably. So now let's try to do just the minimum. Let's say that we are going to store let's try calling the custom char first. So let's say this is a 0. We will call custom char. You know, when we return the length, we need to add 1 to it at the end, right? We increment the length after storing. Oh no, yeah, we're good there. We're good there, I believe. So we'll put a 0, we'll call custom char, and then we will store. But when we do that, we have to have the location in there first. So we're going to say local get offset. So then we'll just store it there. And then in the end, I'll say i32 const 1 and return. And in fact, here, instead of doing that, let's just do local get I. Okay, let's try the test again. Okay, so it actually did pass there. So that part is good. I still... okay, so now I'm going to try and fill in the code that I did before. I feel like it's been quite a while since I did it before, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong. All right. So this part is fine, but here, let's add another test that won't work. I'm going to add one more that should work and one more that should not. Okay. Okay, so 0 worked. So for a small number, let's say it's 6. 6 should be fine, right? So we'll just put 6 here. So 6 should be fine. But then let's say that this one is 12. and then that should not work because it's not coded to work yet. So is it as we predicted? So 0 is okay, small number is okay, medium number is not okay. I got just a wrong char. Okay, so that's fine. So let's go actually code it now. So this part is okay. Now we need to have a loop. So we think the loop should start before we do that. So we'll put loop. I'm going to put build string like I did before. We're going to need a length. So I'm going to set the length to 0, i32 const 0. Local set length. Okay. Now, I'm not going to try messing with the I yet. I just want to see if the loop will work, because something didn't work when I did it before and I couldn't figure out what it was. So let's try break if. Well, actually, no. So after storing, we were supposed to increment the length, right? So let's do that. Local get length i32 add local set length. Okay, and then at the end, when we go to return, we're supposed to local get length and return. So let's put that. Okay, so we found our problem. Kind of. At least it's in a smaller search space now. All right. So yeah, this is exactly what it said before. So I want to say it seems like it's because of this call, probably. So I'm going to try doing this differently by saying parentheses here, and then local get $I here, and then get rid of it there. Is that any different? It still says the same thing, right? Yeah. So it wasn't that. So I'm just going to set it back to how it was because it didn't help. Okay, so where do we think it is? Do we think it's the return? Because the return here is okay. Do we think it's the loop? Because we're not actually using the loop right now, right? It is. It's the loop. It's something about the loop. Okay. So I think I have an idea of what it is. I think we need a parenthesis or something. Let me just see what it says here about the loop. So they put a loop like this, and they put a parenthesis here. Okay. The loop statement creates a label that can later be branched to with a BR. The loop instruction doesn't loop by itself. You need to branch to it to actually create a loop. The loop statement is the opposite of the block statement in the sense that while branching to a loop jumps to the beginning of the loop, branching to a block jumps to the end of the block, that is out of the block. Okay, so let's look at what it says about block. Okay, so the block statement creates a label that can later be branched out of with a BR. Okay, so these labels, I guess they always have to have parentheses. Are there any labels other than loop and block? Those are perhaps the only two, or is function considered a label as well? End? Oh, what? Can be end is used to end a block loop if or else. In the other examples, we use the S expression syntax, which doesn't require the end, so you won't find it in the other examples here. However, it's still useful to know about since this is what the browser displays in DevTools. Okay, so my thought is that in this WASM, I'm still not super comfortable with this S expression syntax. I think I want to use the end. So I am just going to put end where the loop is supposed to end. And let's see what that does for me. And then once this whole thing gets working, I think it will be a good idea to try to refactor to use the S expression syntax wherever possible. Okay, so we have loop here. So it kept saying expected end, and end is an actual keyword. Like, yeah. End is an actual instruction that was needed. Ah, that's crazy. Okay, so where are we supposed to end? We're supposed to end here, right? Okay, so now what does it say? Okay, so now now that has solved it, I think. So I'm gonna comment out this one and get the last one back. So yeah, let's comment this out. And then let's uncomment all this. I'm not sure if this is how you can do it, but let's see. So we start here. No, I guess it doesn't work that way. Is it, so what was vim redo last command? Yeah, what is that? Control R? No, that's redo change. It's repeat last command. I don't remember what it is. I don't think it's that. Is it and? No. I don't know what it is. All right. I should figure out what that is. Okay, so expected end, so we'll put the end in here where it belongs. So the branch if definitely is supposed to go before the end, right? I guess that's not necessarily required, but here it does. Okay, so npm test. Okay, so this is better. Okay, so, oh, it came out backwards. Which I made the same mistake when I did it in Python. But what was the fix? So we did result equals custom char. Okay, okay. So here we kept adding the custom char to the start of the result. I don't like that because the memory is supposed to grow from the offset. So if it grows backwards, we're either going to have to keep copying the thing. I think that I'm just going to do a string reverse, honestly, as a separate function and use the string reverse. Is that crazy? Is that the right way to do it? I don't know. It's one way to possibly do it. Okay, so let's delete this. Okay, so we have import, cool. We use this here, fine. Okay, so let's add another func. So this will be string reverse. And we'll test this one as well. It'll be called string reverse. It'll take a param, which is offset I32, and it'll take a param which is length I32, and it will pass back, I guess nothing, it's just an in-place reverse, right? In-place string reverse. Okay. So let's see. So we basically just have to, hold on, let me write it out in plain English, and then I have to take like a 5-minute break. So we'll use a temp variable. I think we just want one, right? Local temp I32. So basically we'll just say set temp to the value in offset plus length, set the value at offset plus length to the value at offset, set the value at offset to the value in temp, decrement length, do we, so yeah, we can do that. So we want to say if so no, that's not right. So we'll put another local. Swapped count I32. Minus swapped count plus swapped count. So we don't decrement the length, we increment swapped count. So increment swapped count. If, and so then we repeat as long as offset plus length minus swapped count is greater than offset plus swapped count repeat. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break and come back in like 5 minutes. Yeah. So let me put up my BRB. Okay. Okay. Let's give this a shot. Okay, so string reverse. Set temp. All right, so we're going to say local get offset, local get length, I32 add. Okay. So before we start looping, we're going to have to initialize the swapped count, right? So we're going to say I32 const 0. And then we're going to say local set swapped count. Okay. So now we're going to have to I32 load. That's what it is, right? Let's look again real quick. So we do I32 store and I32 load, right? Okay. and then we're gonna say local set temp. So when we load, we just need the memory location, right? Okay. Okay. So now we are gonna say, okay, so when we loaded this, do we want to save this memory location because we're about to use it again? I feel like maybe yes, but also maybe we can just copy it so that it's still on the stack. I believe we should be able to. Pop and discard. Select. I think there should be copy. Well, there's copy in memory. Shoot. I guess maybe there isn't. Wait a minute. Surely we should be able to copy something and push it onto the stack twice, right? Like whatever is on the stack, pop it and then push it 2 times. Probably, surely you would think. I guess maybe we don't need to because we have local variables, right? Okay. All right, well in that case, I guess I will have one. I'll just call it A, I guess. I don't know, because I might need a B too soon as well. So I'm just gonna say I32, or no, local set A, local get A, so that way we've got it. Okay, so we're going to use A again. So we're going to local get A. And we're going to local get temp. And then we're going to I32 store, right? Mm. Nope, it's not temp yet. What am I doing? So yeah, let's have a local B for the other spot. Local B. Okay, so local get offset, local get swapped count. Did I ever subtract? This doesn't make sense. What the heck did I do here? Offset length, add. Why did I put swap? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. We're gonna need a loop here as well. Loop. Actually, yeah, we'll need a loop here, but let me put it commented out at first. It's sub, right? Okay. And then, okay, that makes more sense. Man, I'm a mess. Okay, so we don't want to mess with temp yet. So we're getting offset, swapped count, I32 add, and then we're going to say local set B. So then whatever is at A, we want to load that, right? No, we did that before. Okay, so let's see. So just loaded the value at offset plus swapped count. Okay. So now we have to get A earlier, like here pretty much, and then store. Store to A. We need A on the stack to store here, right? And if we look at store again one more time, let's just see. So we put num at 0. Okay. Okay, so that part makes sense, I think, to me. I'll see how much sense it makes when I read it back or whatever. Okay, so we stored it to A. So now $B is going to get temp stored to it. Okay, so then that's it there. So now we'll say I32 const 1. swaps count, I32 add, and then local set swapped count, right? Okay, so now we're going to create our loop. And this is going to be called reversing, I guess. Dollar reversing. Okay. So now here, let's see what we do. So we need to be able to jump back to the top of the loop. But here we're going to do, like, we're going to redo this arithmetic of A and B, right? I feel like I don't want to redo the arithmetic of A and B unnecessarily, but maybe it's just going to make it simpler. I'm going to put it as to do. To do. Try refactoring later to avoid doing the calculations of A and B more than necessary. Okay, but at this point, I'm just going to redo them. So the calculation for A was local get offset, local get length, I32 add, so this is after we've incremented swaps count. We have to recalculate them, but then we calculate them up here, so that's kind of messed up. So in reality, I should probably do these once before the loop. That would make more sense, right? And then again at the end of the loop, inside the loop. So this part, let's put it before the loop. And so this is going to be calculate A once before the loop. Also calculate B once before the loop. And then I don't need the to-do. All right, so the calculation for B is here, right? So I don't need the to-do. Okay, so we get offset length, local set A, and then let's copy the calculation for B as well, I guess. It still is a little, the copy paste is still a little weird, but at least it's not redoing it more times than necessary, right? I think. Okay, so let's paste that. Okay, so now we want to look at greater than, which is somewhere. Greater. So they just have GT unsigned. So we're gonna say local get A, local get B, and so here we said 10, 2. Check if 10 is greater than 2. So here we're going to say I32 GTU. Check if A is greater than B, right? Okay, fair enough. Okay, let's add a test for our string reverser. So I think it should be similar to what we saw down here, right? Okay, I'm going to copy this. So this is going to be reverse string. And I mean, I think I only need like one test for this. So reverse string. So the expected will be CC, CC, BBB, AA. Let's see what it says. Okay, string reverse. Reverse string. Oh, undefined is not iterable. Oh, messed up. Oh. Okay, what do I think I missed? Okay, expect current instance to be truthy. Expected, actual. Okay, so then we put invoke. Expect actual to be expected. Okay, so did I, in here, do I have it as string reverse? I have $string reverse, export string reverse. So I thought that part should be okay. Oh, wait a minute, but it doesn't return anything. So no, I can't do it the same way. Maybe it should return something, but I think I'm happier with it not returning anything. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna copy. So set mem. I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna make an in-place version, I think. So this will be invoke in place. So that means that when we do this, we just call this function, but we don't expect anything to come back out of it because it's in place. I cannot read that. Its value is never read. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so then here, it's going to be input buffer offset and input length. Okay, so then in here, I'll put in place, wherever that was. Okay, so let's go ahead and run the test. I don't think it passed, right? So let's see what it says. Reverse string. Oh, interesting. CC, CC. What the? Wow. So it did not work. Whoops. So I'm pretty sure the arithmetic is wrong. This is where I should actually work it out on paper, and I probably should have done that before. I'm not sure I'm going to, though. So let's look. So we did length. All right, we added them together. So yeah, I'm gonna work it out on paper. I think I know what's wrong, but I want to actually see it on paper. Where is my paper? Man, I make such a mess of everything all the time. Okay, it's right here. All right. Okay, I'm gonna grab this. Okay, so let's say that we have the string cat, and we want to turn it into tack, basically, with no K. Cat to tack. All right, so we know, let's say the offset is 0, and the length is 3. So then if I take offset plus length, I'm going to get 3. And then if swaps count as 0, I'm going to get 3. All right, so 0, 1, 2. So plainly, I should try subtracting 1 from the length before I do anything else. I don't know if that'll fix the whole thing, but it's plainly a problem. I don't know. It puts in this $12.2y. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what that's about there. But in any case, yeah, so when I use the length, I really want to use the length minus 1, I'm pretty sure. Subtract 1 from length at the beginning to get the offset for the last char in the string. So let's do that. So we'll say local get length I32 const 1 I32 sub local set length. How much do you think that might help? Probably not much. We'll see. Okay, so I have, we wanted CCC, CBBB, AA. I got CCC, AA, BA. So pretty messed up. Pretty dumb. Okay, so now I should have worked the whole thing out on paper. Okay, so now if I swap the C and the T, in the cat example, swapping these should mean that I'm done. Holy crap. This is so much. This is so much, actually. This is craziness. I'd like to think that it could be done with less than this. I'm sure it can. I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Okay. So we're going to take this. Let's see if it does work on, like, smaller like inputs. And maybe one more. So it's supposed to be in place. I don't know actually why I am getting rid of part of it. So, I mean, it seems to me if I'm getting rid of part of it, I think I've just left out some simple step somewhere. Okay. Um, I'm gonna leave that alone. I feel like what's happened is probably I'm putting a null somewhere. So we store here. Am I storing that correctly? Store num at position 0. So we're supposed to be storing temp at B. Calculate A once before the loop, B once before the loop. Loop start. And then so we load from B and store to A. That should be fine, I think. And then get B, get temp, store. That should be okay if this part loaded correctly. Okay, let me try doing an example right here. Okay, so example. String is CA. Set A to 0. Set B to 1. Set temp to C. Set value at B to value at A. No. So this should be set temp to value at A. Set value at A to value at B. Set value at B to temp. Okay. I mean, that seems straightforward enough. And looking at that, I think I messed up the basic logic. I messed up something. I know I messed up something. So did we set temp to the value at A to begin with? We got A, we loaded, we set temp. So this is set temp to the value at A. Okay. Okay, so that's too much to read. Set the value at A. To the value at B. Yep, I do think I messed this up. So what was it in the example? Set value at A to the value at B. Yep, that's what we should do, but I don't think it is what we did. Okay, so yeah, that should be fine. Set the value at A to the value at B. Okay, so set the value at B to the value in temp. Let's just call it temp. Yeah, so that part should be okay, I would think. Increment. Okay, so now here, so offset, okay, so that's so hard to read the way I put it there. If A is greater than, okay, so I think I did this part wrong. Is this the part that I did wrong? I certainly did something wrong. If A is greater than B, no, it should be if B is greater than A, repeat. If B is greater than A, repeat. So we do the calculation for A. We do the calculation for B. Check if A is greater than B. Okay, yeah. It should be check if B is greater than A, right? I don't think that explains it at all. That seems really, that doesn't seem like it would solve it, but let's see what's coming out. Okay, so now nothing is coming out. Okay, I gotta take a quick break. I think this is the real break this time. All right, be right back. So what I'm seeing happening is the string is getting cut off, right? Which must mean I'm not sure exactly what it means, but I think it probably means I'm putting nulls in there. I don't know what else would cause something like that. So, yeah, so the strings are getting cut off somewhere. That's messed up. This has ended up being so much. Okay, so we're loading from there, setting to temp. Loading from B, storing to A. So far, so good. Okay, so let me simplify at least one thing. So this swapped count is actually not needed for this initial calculation because it's 0. So let's just get rid of it. Okay, what the heck? So I want A to be the one on the left and I want B to be the one on the right. So I think I just really super confused myself because A is the one on the left. I want B to be the one on the left. So let's make that note. A is the one on the left. B is the one on the right. You know, I think I misnamed them right from the start and ended up confused all along. Okay, so then when we recalculate, what are we doing? So what are we doing here? Recalculate A, the one on the left. Okay, offset, like, nope, I don't want that. I want that to be part of B. And this, I want this to be add. Recalculate B, the one on the left. Okay, well, I don't think that's going to fix it, but at least that's the way it's supposed to be. Okay, so memory access out of bounds. Well, that's not good. This should be sub. Let's have a look. Okay, so interesting. So expected cat and got CT. So I missed the one in the middle. Okay, well, I don't know about this one. This one looks really messed up. But for this middle one, I don't know how I'm getting rid of the A there. Is the original calculation correct? So we add those together to set B. Get the offset for the last char in the string. Okay, what I'm doing doesn't really make sense, obviously. I don't think I want a swaps count. I don't think I want to do this. I don't think I really need this example. I don't think it's helping me. I'm not going to use this. Not going to use that. Okay, so this is fine for A. So B, we are going to do 1. And that's going to be the beginning of our B. We'll get A, load, set. Get A, get B, load, store. Get B, get temp, store. We are not going to do this. We got rid of this. We're not going to do anything with that. We're not going to do that. We are going to increment A. We're not going to do that. So here we're going to say local get A I32 const 1 add set. So we increment A. Decrement B. We're not going to do this. We're going to local get B. We're going to I32 const 1. We're going to I32 sub. We are going to local set B. Isn't that so much more straightforward? I was crazy. I was crazy right from the start. One of those things, it's better to do it on paper first. I don't know if that would have helped here. Okay, so then we don't need to do that. Okay, so that makes it quite a bit simpler, which in this context I think is good. Let's see if this helps us at all. No, not really. Reverse string length 2 came out okay. Hey, what about reverse string length 4? What do you think that's going to look like? Reverse string length 4. Apparently I ended up with only the K. That is so messed up. This has turned into a long one for me. Okay. I'm not sure this is actually going to work here. So some of these I'm not super sure that they are going to work the way I'm expecting. So right here, I know something's not working. This is making me nervous. So A is on the stack, B is on the stack. Then when we load, the expectation is that we pop B off and put the value on, push the value on to the stack. And then store to A. Like this, I think should be okay. We get B, we get temp, we store. It's very straightforward. Here, I am more nervous. So when we do I32 load a number, load from memory index 1. So this is if multi-memory supported. Load from named memory, memory 1. Load from memory specified by name using an S function. Let's see. Loading items from specified memory. Okay, so I think what I'm going to try to do is extract part of this into its own function so I can test that part. In fact, the swap. How about we put the swap into its own function and test that part? I'm not confident that the swap part works. So let's do that. Swap. So this is going to be in place swap. Okay, so swap will be export swap param is going to be $A, I32, param $B, I32. And of course, we'll need a local temp. And it shouldn't return anything, right? So far, so good, I guess, maybe. So now the swap part, should I just rewrite it? I think I'm just going to rewrite it. So we're going to say local get A we're going to I32 load. We're going to local set temp. So then we're going to local get A, local get B, I32 load, I32 store. Is that what we had down here? Yeah, okay. So then we will local get B, local get temp, I32 store. And that should be the whole swap, right? Okay. So let's do a test for the swap. All right. Okay, so this is going to be just swap, I guess. Swap. Okay, so let's make the expected, say, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. All right. Then we're going to call swap. But it's not going to be like this. It's going to be a little bit more like what we did here, right? So let me copy this. Okay, so the expected will be A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I guess. Okay, so we say okay, so we don't do any of this. We are going to call it with two numbers, right? So this is going to be mem offset plus 2, and this is going to be mem offset plus 5, all right? Just as a guess. And then, yeah, that part seems right. I can get rid of these. Okay, so then, wait. Still not quite it. So the expected is here. Where do we set, like when we did, we did an expected here. Okay, so we actually need to do something like this, right? Set mem as UTF. In fact, I think we need to do kind of all of this. So we have this mem offset. Let me prettier this. Okay, so for testing the swap, we have this mem offset, this buffer capacity. We do not have an input. I'm going to put, for input, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay. And then, what about this? Do we want this? I think that's fine. Nope, not this. So I'm going to say const input equals ABC. And we'll use input here. Okay. So now, if we swap numbers 2 and 5, so C is 2, 3, 4, 5. So this will become C, and this will become F. That's what we were hoping for. What's it say? Input buffer offset is not defined. Where was input buffer offset defined here? '64. It says swap. Okay, string length is not defined. So they put a length there. Okay, so I don't want that. I just want this to be input length. Okay. All right, it says, apparently I have 6, 6 there. So, I mean, those clearly are not right. So I was supposed to swap and I didn't. Okay, so can I figure out what is wrong? There's something that I'm very much not understanding. So this is supposed to be in place swap. I have A and B. Six, 6. That was really unexpected, to be quite honest. Okay, let me see what it said again about debugging. There's a ton here. So logging from memory, but we can also just log a local or something, right? Log I32U. Let's log at I32U. Yeah, so we'll use log I32U. So when we go to swap, let's say, okay, so we set temp here. So let's call log I32U local get temp. Is that how they called it here? Yeah, looks like it. So then when we call swap, do we see a console log? It should show a console log somewhere. Oh, interesting. I don't actually see it. Log mem. Oh, huh. Okay. I am going to change test to xtest, I think. And then I'm going to find swap. Oops. I just want to focus in on this swap. So I didn't see anything get logged. I am disappointed. Is it here somewhere? We were supposed to call log I32U local get temp. No luck. Import console log I32U func param I32. Is something wrong here? Clearly something must be. So when we call this one, it's supposed to be a byte offset and a length. So can we do that here? So call log mem, and then I want to say local get a, and then I'm just going to say I32 const 3. Okay, do we see it logged now? Where's my log? Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I for sure thought I was seeing things being logged on those other ones. Oh, hold on, hold on. I think there was something about a log. Invoke in place. No. Console log here before all. Invoke. I'm really annoyed that my swap doesn't... I'm not super annoyed. I'm having fun, but like, why does my swap not work? Okay. We're trying to get the A. No, I don't know. Why does my swap not work? And giving such a goofy result, too. And why does this not work? Okay, hold on. What else does it say about debugging it in here? How to debug. Uh, Wait a minute. No, I don't know. So I'm not... I have the run length encoding WAT file. I have the spec.js. I thought for sure I was seeing things getting console logged. Okay, so which one did I think I was seeing things getting console logged? It was this one, right? So yeah, so we saw this console logged here. So that's good. So what made it so that this got console logged, but nothing got console logged in swap? So in swap, okay, M offset 64, input buffer capacity 256, input A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay. Set. Sure. I don't know if these numbers are going to be valid. I think they should be. I mean, it clearly changed something. Oh my gosh. So let's see. I don't like this. Oh my goodness gracious. I guess I don't like it because I don't know what to do. That's what I don't like. Like, okay, so I hoped something would get console logged, but it apparently did not, and that's a very bad sign, I think. So we did call, we did local get, local get. Local get $A. I32 const 2. I32 sub. I32 const 3. Call. Yeah, so I think I believe we were supposed to be able, okay, local get temp. So temp is supposed to be I32, nice. We were supposed to have set it just there. Okay, so this part is kind of nonsense. I mean, it didn't work, so what are we gonna do? Local get temp here. I'm still not seeing a console logged. What is going on? Okay. Okay, so where do we guess? Let's look at our ASCII chart. Where is 6 coming from? Okay, so 6 is here. It's number 54 in decimal. All right. And so the letters, these capital letters, are over here. So where is a 6 coming from? We get, we load, we set, we get, we call, but that's not working, so I guess we can get rid of that. Get, load, store. Get, store. I mean, yeah. and then we get 6s listed here. So okay, hold on. I'm okay. This is supposed to be swap right here, right? Isn't this a swap? Oh my gosh. Okay, what does it do now? Okay. Well, at least, okay. 6 is makes sense now contextually. So we did in fact put the F over here. Okay, so far so good. But the D wound up somewhere. Okay, so this is supposed to be swap. We put the F over here. Okay, good. We ended up with G, C, D. That's wild, right? Okay. I think I-32 was wrong. What are the different number options? I think, okay, so WebAssembly, ASCII, no, it's something. I think I-32 is wrong. Our options are I-32, I-64, F-32, F-64. Let's give I-64 a shot. For 10. These should still be I-32, I believe. So we get that. So then this one should be I-64. You know what's been bugging me? The dot is counted as part of the word in here for some reason. Okay. So try I-64 instead. I-64 load. Let's see. No, it didn't make any difference. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so we're trying to swap. So when we go to load, memory instructions, WebAssembly memory. I've definitely made some crazy ridiculous mistake. I am gonna have to step outside for a second and think about this a little bit. So it's interpreted as a uint32 array. I don't know what it is that I've done wrong with it. When I figure it out, I think I'll fix it. Okay, so we set temp to this. How are we going to debug this properly? Like, why were my console logs not coming out when they came out in the other one? So we were supposed to say import console log i32u. So we get A, load whatever is there, set that to temp, get A. This part here, I feel like might be wrong. Okay, so let's do I'm more annoyed at this than I should be. I keep trying things and they're not working. The console log. I'm mad at the console log because it worked in that other one. Okay. Let's try it with an S expression. Do they show examples with an S expression? So if we go into load, using S function, okay. So let's try always loading with S function. The way they did here. So it'll be like this. It'll be local get $A, just like that. And we'll get rid of that. So then when we load here, it will again be just local get $B. Get rid of that. Okay, what about store? Do we store with an S function also? So we put 0, we put 20. Okay. So, okay, so we're going to put this here. So that's what's going to be stored. So that's the S function way, I guess. Except what I've done is I've nested S functions in a way that I'm not sure was allowed. When I tried to nest things, when I first tried WASM on the other one with the formulas, it didn't work, and I thought that it wasn't going to work, but I don't know. So then when we store here, it's going to be local get $B, local get temp. Okay, well, it made no difference. Is it maybe a little more readable this way? I would say maybe. Okay. So when they're using load and store, it's always I32. Copy, fill, size, grow. Can this also be an S function here, I wonder? Okay, well, it didn't make any difference. All right, ABF-GCD. Yeah, I don't know what to think. Mostly what I think is that just like I've loaded stuff into there that doesn't make any sense. I've loaded nonsense into there and I don't know why or how. Okay. Seems like it would be so straightforward. Well, okay, one nice thing is that based on what's happening here, I do believe that once I get the swap to work, the string reverse will probably also work. And then I'll be able to get back to the actual problem. I've been stuck on this swap, I think, for over an hour. Well over an hour, I believe. Right. Okay, so I am gonna step away again for a few minutes just to step outside and hopefully try and clear my head, and I'm just gonna think about, like, what do I need to Google to figure out what is actually happening and going wrong here? Okay, I believe what I'm seeing is a problem with the string encoding, probably. So, let's give it a shot. Okay. UTF-8 is not Unicode. Yeah, that's a 2017 style GitHub comment. Ha! Very funny. Okay, good. So, like, yeah, when we're trying to load these things, I don't think we're getting the characters the way that we need to be. Um, and I don't know what to think about that. Even though, okay, so I could go and just try a different approach and try not even doing a string reverse, but I really would like to get this swap to work. If nothing else, because I think that I'm gonna need to, like, actually understand something in order to get this swap to work. So, like, there's something I haven't understood. Um, as far as, like, okay, so numeric const, so the options we have are I32 and I64. Um, why wasn't I able to console? So in this other one, I was able to console log, right? Here. So if I try using the other console log, you think that'll work? So if we try call log mem as UTF-8 and just say I32 const, right? Just put something. You think it'll console log that? This was supposed to be this. Okay, so it did console log it. So why not in my swap? Right? If we take this exact thing and put it in the swap, are we going to have any luck? Oh, we did actually this time. Okay, well that's good. That's good. Okay, so nice. Um, I think I was just calling it wrong the whole time, probably. Um, so let's try again, but this time, can we do local get temp? Is that going to work? After we've set it. Oh, okay, yeah, here it is. So this temp should not be set to a large number like that. So we're definitely not right there. And then, which is why I wanted the console log it, because I thought there might be a problem there. Okay, so we tried setting it. We were supposed to load local get A. But plainly, it's no good, right? Call. I wonder what I was doing. Man. Okay, so let's do local get A. So that should be a memory address, so that could be whatever, right? Let's see. So it came out as a number 66. Okay, so that's not surprising. So this one, this is clearly garbage. Okay, so let's do this again. And this time, let's try I32 load. Like this. Yeah? And, I mean, presumably it'll be the same thing that comes out in temp. Yeah, okay, it's the same thing that comes out in temp, but it's not what we think would make sense, right? Okay, so can we do, like, this? So this one, I'm just gonna put a local, I'm just gonna put a const for what I think it should be. I32 const 64, and the length was ABCDEFG, right? So ABCDEFG, was it 7? I'm gonna put I32 const 7. I feel a lot better now that something is working. Okay, so I see the ABCDEFG, so hooray. So what's this wild number? It's no good, right? I think this log mem as UTF-8 is probably hiding something that I would want to be able to see. If we do, like, call log mem as UTF-8, Start at 64 again. So what if we do it like shorter? What if we just do 6? Is it like totally cool? I think it should be, you know. Yeah. So that's fine. Then if we're gonna load, let's make this a I32 const 64. Okay. Yeah, let's not do these. Let's do 65, 2, 3, right? 65, 66. Okay, so we did that. So when we log at these places, we're getting these crazy numbers. In fact, so these numbers aren't even really close to each other, right? So it's definitely not good. So let's look it up. So WASM UTF-8 encoded char 2I32. Help me out. This is Rust. We need WASM. What if we log them signed instead of unsigned? I would have thought unsigned, but let's see. No, they are still the same, it looks like. Okay, I think okay. Something is coming together. This has been such a long morning, but something is, I think something is coming together in my mind. When we load, no. When we, there was definitely something I saw. What was it? Shoot. I thought I had seen something. Yes. Yes, we can load 8S. Or 8U. Load 8U. Okay, let's see what happens when we make it all load 8U. Okay, so I got six. These are the correct numbers. These are the correct numbers. I think that's the answer. Oh my goodness gracious. See, I had seen this and I filed it away, but not very well. Okay, so let's get rid of all these calls. Let's see what happens if we use load 8u and do we also have store 8u, I would guess? We have store 8. Okay, so instead of using load and store, let's try load 8u and store 8. Okay, let's see what we get. I think that's still gonna screw it up because it's gonna overwrite stuff that we need, maybe, but let's just see. Okay, so here it is without all those calls to the console. So we'll load 8u here. 8u here. I don't think it's gonna be simple, but this might be some manner of progress. So we'll use load 8u instead of load and store 8 instead of store. Okay, what's it say now? So swap actually passed. Oh my gosh. And you know, it should have been so obvious too. Okay, I love it. It should have been very obvious. Maybe it kind of was, maybe it kind of wasn't, I don't really know. But that's great. So let's go into here and see if the string reverse will work. Okay, so we think the swap now works. So now we're going to try to make the in-place string reverse work by using the swap. All right, so the way that's going to work is instead of swapping, so that's where we set temp. And so we don't need temp in string reverse anymore because that's going to be part of swap. So we'll get rid of that. And then we'll start the loop. Okay, so now this first part of the loop is all just swapping. And that goes down to here, right? So when we swap, we're supposed to pass A and B. So I'm just going to say call $swap local get $A local get $B. And so, yeah. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to here. And let's reactivate all the tests, I guess. Okay, so now reverse passed. Okay, cool. So that means that we can reverse at the end of the string generator, and then we'll have that part working. So it's right here. We are going to, so when we reverse, we have to pass the offset and the length. So this one only returns the length. Okay, so we are going to, before we do this, we are going to say call. It's going to be string reverse. We are going to put in local get $offset. And we are going to put in local get $length. And that's it. And now, when we test. 11 passed. Hip, hip, hooray. Okay. All right. So let's go back into here. So now we still don't have custom int because I have been stuck on custom string for literally more than 3 hours. But I'm done with it. So amazing. And you know, do I feel like I have learned something? In a way, I would say yes. So time well spent then. Okay. So let's create the function for custom int. So this is going to be called func, and it will be $custom int export custom int param. And so what we pass into here is a char. So I'm going to call it $C, and it'll be an I32 just like almost everything. And this will be a param. Oh no, we only need the one param, never mind. So then the result will also be an I32. Don't know if we need a local yet, but we'll see. Okay, so then, so these work now, they are tested basically, so I am going to delete them out of the notes. Okay, so here we just make a subtraction, and so I used the number, the magic number here somewhere, didn't I? Custom char. So I used the magic number 48, so I'm just going to use the same again. This is the magic number for the 0 ASCII encode. Okay, so we'll put that. Then we're gonna say add that to, oh no, we make a subtraction. So we're gonna say local get $C I32 sub return. So that should be, I think, it for custom int. Let's make a test for it. I may have forgotten something. I'm feeling really fried already, but let's try it. Let's try it. Okay. So I did feel like I wanted a larger number here. So I did the number 12 as a medium number. So let's do a larger number, right? Okay. So now let's also have a test for get the code point for, no, we already have, or get the digit number from a char code point. So here, let's see, we don't need a mem offset for this one, right? It's more like what we did here, really. So we'll do that. So then the expected is going to be a number 0, right? And then here, we have to pass in a string. So is this, let's see. It's kind of similar, I guess, to what we did with the swap. So a little more complicated, I guess, because we have to set a string. Well, no, we don't really, actually. We just have to pass in a number. Let's just pass in a number because that'll make it quicker for me. So it's going to be 0, excuse me, 0, code point at 0, right? Let's prettier that. And let's try testing. Let's see what it says. It says we need to fix unexpected. Oh, it's after the module brace. Whoops. Okay, it says 12 passed. So does that include... No, it doesn't. Get the digit number from a char code point. So I got a 96. Oh, I went the wrong direction. How silly. So I did local get C. Yeah. I put this, and I subtracted. It was not right. Interesting. Darn. Okay. It said we got a, like a, what did it say we got? Expected 0, okay. Got a 96. So it's like we added instead of what we expected, but there's no addition in there. Wait a minute. I passed the wrong function, didn't I, in the spec? Yeah, so this should be custom int. Okay. Little fried. Okay, 13 passed. Okay, I'm going to try to finish this up in the next 25 minutes, if possible. That swap, that 3 hours on swapping, that was crazy. All right. So custom int is good. Okay, so let's move in code down here. And I mean, encode itself is pretty long, so kind of wild. Okay, so let's paste here. Okay, so I'm not going to try that. So we have to encode the string to somewhere. So let's say we're going to have some locals, right? So we'll have a local, and it's going to be $output output offset I32 local output length I32. I can't type a darn thing. My goodness. So it looks like I used an I and a length as well. So, or not a length, a last. So local last I32 and local I. Again, I32. Okay. So now here, we're gonna say local set $I32 const 0. Okay, so that's set. Let's say local set output offset, and that's going to be I32 add, and then that's going to take two parts. So the first part is going to be local get input offset, and this will be local get input length. Okay. Local set output length I32 const 0. Okay. What do we set last to begin with? Let's just set that to 0 so that we know that it's initialized. Okay, so now we're going to have a loop. So we're going to load our char from the string. I guess that's going to be $C for char. Okay, so we'll say local set $C, and that is going to be set to I32 load 8, right? Not just regular load, but load 8, I think. And then when we use load 8, we have to put the memory address. So that's going to be I32 add, which takes two parts. And the first part will be local get $I, and the second part will be local get $input offset. Okay. I don't think I'm going to finish this today. What a day, what a day. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's inevitable that this one kind of took a while, but man, it shouldn't have taken as long as it did. Okay, so we'll get the C. Okay, so now we said if last was on the set, or if last was empty string, we said, then last equals C. So let's do that. So I haven't actually used an if yet. I don't know, I guess I've been avoiding it, but let's go ahead and look for how we use an if. Okay, so we're going to say if, and then in the if we have a then, and we have an else. So that's our if. And these are kind of going to end up nested or whatever. Okay, so where do we put... All right, so we need to make a comparison of equals, and that is going to be in numeric equal. So I believe we should be able to say, I want to say that we should be able to put it in here, right? Because in this example, the example that I was just looking at, they put a 0 here, all right? Then they said if, so when they did if, they popped this off the stack. But my understanding of using S functions is that I can just say what I want to be on the stack at that time, which is what I'm going to do here. Or try. I'm going to give it a shot. So this is going to be i32.eq. Is that what they did for equals? EQZ. Well, I might as well use EQZ. So that's actually not even necessary, because if it is 0, then it'll just evaluate as false. So all I really need to do here is say local get $last. All right. So here it is set. So let's say if it's not set, then we are going to say local set and we're going to put $last, and then here we're going to say local get $C. Now it's kind of becoming very nested, isn't it? Okay, so that'll be here. Actually, no, let's leave this by the if. Okay, let's put that there. Let's put that there. So else, let me review again how they showed the else. Yeah, I think this is okay. Oh, except if we're going to use the S expression, this does need a parenthesis. Local set last. Yeah, I think that's okay. All right, so then we would need to do the then section. So in the then section, we're going to have another if. So this one will be if, it'll have a then, it'll have an else. Okay. So the if here is i32.eq, and we have two things here. And this one is going to be local get last, and this one will be local get C. Okay. So then we'll put this then here. We'll put this else here. Okay, so if they are equal, then we increment length, apparently. So we will say local set $length, and it will be set to i32 add, and the two sections will be local get $length and i32 const 1. So that will increment the length. Okay. So then in this section, we need yet another if, I guess. So that's fine. So this will be an if here. This will be the then. This will be the else. So then now we're checking if i32.gtu, and so that is going to be if length. So we'll go local get length, and here we'll do i32 const 1. Okay. Very interesting. All right, so then we have to put custom string onto the result. Okay, and so we know custom string, if we look at it again, we have to give it the offset that we want, and it will give us back a length. Okay, so we are going to say local set output length. There we go. And what are we going to set it to? We are going to do i32 add. Okay, so the first part will be local set, or excuse me, get output length. And then the second part will be call, right? And that will be custom str. And then what gets passed into there? An offset. Let's see, so a number and an offset. So the number will be local get length, and the offset will be i32 add, and we're going to add local get output offset output length. Okay, so now let me try, so this is the whole then section. So these are what we're calling it with. Kinda wild. All right, so that's the then. So in this one, we don't actually do anything in the else. So should we put a no op? I'm not totally sure we need a no op, but we might as well just put it, I guess. Okay, so this becomes no op. Okay, but then after that, then we have to do more, right? After this if. Okay, so now we have to say result plus equals last. Okay, so wait a minute. Okay, gotcha. I think I've kind of got what is going on. I'm definitely not going to finish this. I might be able to at least finish the N code, but I'm not going to get to the D code. All right, so result plus equals last. So we're going to have to do i32.store 8 i32 store 8. Okay, so where are we going to store it? That will be at i32 add. And that will be local get output offset. And this will be local get output length. Okay. And then this is what we're actually storing there, and that will just be local get last. Okay. If I was ever a doubter, this one is a legit hard, in my opinion. Okay, so we'll store that. So then that means now we have to increment the output length. So we're going to say local set output length i32 add. And this will be local get output length. And this will be i32 const. Okay. So now we'll do local set, and that will be last, and local get. Let's see. Okay, sure. All right, and then we need to reset the length back to 1 again. So why didn't I mess with the length here? So I have the length equals 1 here. But it looks like I completely ignored that earlier. So I have local set length here, so I have been using it, but I didn't declare it. And so we need to initialize that. Local set length i32 const. Okay, so then here we need to reset the length to 1 again. So we'll say local set length i32 const. Okay. So then, after this whole if-else thing, so we know we're looping here. So let's put the end of the loop before returning. And then before we end the loop, we want to increment I. So that's fine. So we'll say Oh gosh. Local set I32 add, and this will be local get $I. This will be I32 const. Okay, so that brings us to this point. Okay, so now we have to decide whether to jump back to the top of the loop. And so that will be if I is less than length string. Okay, so we finished incrementing, so now we're going to say br if, okay, so what goes on top of the stack here? It's going to be I32 less than. Let's look at less than real quick. So we do LTU, I guess. So I32 less than unsigned. And then two numbers go in there. And the first one will be I. And the second one will be output length, right? No. Input length. Input length. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, so now when we do branch if, we have to say where we're branching to, right? So let me review again what that looks like. So we have to put the name here. All right. So then here I have at the end, if there's still something on there, we need to add the last little bit. So I think I'm okay with that. So we'll say, we'll put an if with a then and an else. The else will be a no-op this time. And here, well, let's see. Okay, so the if is going to be I32 GTU, and this will be local get length, and this will be I32 const 1. Okay, and so then in that case, we have to append with custom string again, the way we did before. So we are going to say, well, it's what we did here. Let me just try copying. Because it ended up being kind of a lot, right? Let me try putting it in there and we'll see what we get. Okay, did I match these? No, that's not matched. Okay, that's better. So yeah, copy pasted. So let's see. So local set output length, but this I'm using an S Oh, I'm missing this. Okay, there we go. Then I guess I need another one here. Gets a little lispy with all these S functions. I guess that's why they call it that. All right, so sure, that's the if. And it's already after 11, so I'm going to head out. I want to at least test this first. Okay, so then let's see, result plus equals last. So that's covered here, right? So now we just have to return. All right, so then this one will become what is this? Local get output offset. And this one is local get output length. Okay, oh, okay, gotta move the end of the module. Oh man, that is a lot. It kinda really is. Okay, so it was, let's see, I-32 load 8, and that is on 138. Okay, let's take a look. I must have something mismatched. 138. Yep, it does look like this is mismatched. I need one more here. Okay, is that better? Maybe a little. No, it still said, oh, it still says the same thing. Okay, so what was our problem here, really? Local set. It seems to think these are okay, maybe. So let's see. I-32 load 8. I-32 add. Hold on. I think for the loop, let me look at how they do the loop again. I think I'm going to change it. So for the loop, they do it like this, and then without putting end, they just put this. Is that any different? No, it still says the same thing, 138. Expected an expression. And then on 139, oh, interesting. I think interesting isn't quite the word. So this is supposed to be the end of the loop. That seems right. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, so local set $C, I-32 load 8. Oh, it should be load 8U. My bad. I'd completely forgotten. So is that better? So now we're on 161. Okay, so I missed the variable name there on 161. All right, what was it supposed to be? On 161, what were we trying to do? Looks like we're trying to increment I, right? So this should be $I. Did the encoding pass? That was a long morning. No, encoding empty string passed. None of the others did. So it looks like I did cut this off, and I cut this off. So the length that I'm passing back, okay, it looks like it's cut off. So it may possibly be that the length that I pass back each time is just off by 1. In which case, that's an easy fix. This is a little cheesy, but I'm just gonna try adding 1 and see if it fixes it. Nope, I think I made one fail that passed before. Oh, interesting. Ah, you know, that is a little surprising. So I thought that adding 1 would help, but no. Okay, I think I left something out somewhere. It's actually pretty close to a pass right now. Or at least it seems that way. Okay, so we called custom string here. Okay, so first of all, let's reverse that because that didn't help. So we just want local get output length. Okay, so here it seems like I'm failing to add something on at the very end. So we're trying to set the output length here. So now 14 passed. So which one looks close to passing? So 2A, 3B, 4, and we just left off the C. Okay, yeah, I think I know what is missing. Or I have some idea. It's this, right? This part. Yeah, I needed this and I forgot to add it. $18 passed. So encode empty string failed. What does it say? It looks more or less the same, but let's say before we do anything else, let's say if, and we're gonna say I32 EQ and this one is gonna be local get input length, and this one is gonna be I32 const 0. Okay, and so then all of this is going to be then. No, excuse me. All of this is going to be else. So that should end the else, I believe. Okay, good. So the then is going to be return. We want to do this first, I believe, because we're going to want that regardless. And then this one will just be nope. It's unexpected EOF. Okay, so I missed one. All right, do I have a match for this? Yep, but it's not in the right place. What is this matching? The else? Oh, okay. Type mismatch, expected I32, I32, but got nothing. Oh, implicit return. Oh, how strange. Let me see here. Okay, so the return is not quite like that. So when we return, it needs to be, I guess, at the end. Okay. So it should be fine. But then here, instead of trying to return early, I don't think that's going to be allowed. So we will just say local set hold on. Where did I just go? So local set input output length I32 const 0. Oh, you know, that's actually done before as well. So let's move that up. And then let's not do this. This will just be no. Is that better? Yes, it looks like it. So which ones failed now? Decode, 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 encode, decode. Okay, that was a lot. I'm gonna have to log off now. I don't expect that I'll get back today, but I will try to get on tomorrow after work. So long.